Okay, I've turned the microphone on, and if you guys can hear me, give me a quick thumbs up just so I know things are working. And I gotta shut some volumes off here, otherwise we're gonna get horrible feedback. And I think I fixed that last little one here. And okay, so is this thing on? Is it working? I see people walking. That blue guy again. Okay, Tom, thanks for the thumbs up. That's good. It lets me know I'm there. Yeah, you're gonna see the guy in the blue jacket go by again. He's got an awful big backpack, man. Anyway, I am going to say welcome to everyone. A lot of people in the stream already, and this is great. I'm DrFox2000, your host. I'm here today with day 37 of the Icelandic volcano eruption. Great stuff. We've got a lot better weather today that we can actually see what's going on. And first, I just want to run through and say hello to everyone. Just going to go from the bottom to the top. Thomas P., welcome back. Glad to have you here. MG, Dina, Kim Lambert, Brian Crown, welcome, 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 all you good people. Septim, welcome, welcome back. Of course, we got Morgan, Arizona Snowman, as our mod in here doing his good deeds. Tom, welcome back. Let's see, who else is in here? If I've missed you, don't panic, we'll get to you. Oh, Penny Lane, welcome Penny, glad to have you on board. Let's see, scrolling up some more, looking for other names here. And I think I've got most of you covered. Oh, Scott Hartman is there as well. Welcome, Scott. And let's see, did I miss anyone while I was scrolling? No, I think I got most of you guys. Anyway, welcome everyone. And you know, now that we can see what's going on there at the volcano, picture is a little bit fuzzy, and part of the problem is they're shooting across the hot lava bed, so it's going to look a little distorted, a little out of place, unfortunately. As you can see on the far right side, Bob is just a smoker right now, and we don't see much left of Bob Jr., at least not at present light. And then in the center there, we can certainly see Rag and Nar, the couple there that are adjoined, if you will, and they have certainly grown up. You look at the back of Rag, since it is spilling onto the other side, going east. We're looking at the west side of them, I guess, or something. Yeah, pretty much. Anyway, maybe I got my directions wrong. Anyway, I'm going to call this the front side, the other side the back side, or in his case, this is the back side, and that's the front. Okay, now that I confused everyone and myself, we'll leave it at that and carry on. So the center guy is Rag and Nar, and then off to the one that is active and showing that's Sif, and you can see the hill that Sif has created with the lava that it has ejected so far. Hell is in the background just behind Sif on the left-hand side, and that's also very minimal output right now from what we can see during the daylight. Now, just to throw in here, as I mentioned last night and previous nights as well, one of the things that people always comment on is they say, well, the volcanoes seem to be more active at night, and that is actually incorrect in a way. What happens is they are just as active during the day. It's just we can't see them as well due to the fact that a lot of the tubes, or a lot of the top layer of lava has cooled down and crusted over. So the lava flow that's underneath those do start to glow at nighttime, and we don't see it during the day. Let's see. A lava bomb came back. Aloha. Thank you for popping back in. Who else? Anyone else I miss? Okay, I'm just trying to read through here. Septum. So when I get paid again, I'll put my mark on this channel. You don't have to do any kind of donations here. I do this because I love doing this. Okay, just so you know. I'm not going to stop you if you want to put a super chat sticker in there or something, but I do not ask for any type of donations for this. If you want to support, that's great. But I do also recommend, if you do want to support somebody that's worthwhile, the Icelandic Search and Rescue is a volunteer group, right? So if you did want to help out somewhere, maybe consider looking them up, and I'll see if I can throw that link back in the chat here in a little bit. And so if you want to point some help somewhere, that would be a place there that could use a little bit of support. But like I said, I don't have any problem if you want to use a few super chat stickers or something like that. That's all in fun and games, and all doable. So all cool, guys. Anyway, these are public streams that we're getting the stream info from. Right now we're looking at the ruv.is cam from what we refer to as the front view. If I switch it over, this is the back view, and this is looking at SIF and NAR from the back side, and the feed is from mbl.is, and they're doing a bang-up job. It looks a little better now. It was a little with the sun in there, that makes it a little hard to see because the sun, I guess, is in the south, and this is looking that direction. Let's see. Yes, it certainly has changed, Septum. Big time. It is very, very large change. If we go back to the front view for a second, we'll go over that again. So off on the far right, and I'll see if my whiteboard is working. Okay, we got Bob over here, and then Junior was on this side here. So Bob with Bob Junior on the right hand side, and this is Rag from the back side of it, if you really want to call it that. Rag and Nar, and then we've got Sif over here, and this little fella back here is Hell. And off in that direction and dormant now is Flow, and there we go, Flow and Wolf. Okay, so that covers all our vents that are here, and we have two definitely not doing a darn thing, and Bob Jr. looks like he doesn't have too much happening there either, but then again, that can be an optical effect because we're not seeing it at nighttime, and it was very pronounced, if you will, last night again. So that not as much as what Sif is putting out but it was definitely there. So the other thing again is we cannot really see the lava in the tubes that's flowing underneath the crusted over material. So it's yeah, look at the lava behind Bob is right. The whole area, Rag and Nar basically have put a lot of this in here. Okay, and of course the off flow is going this way, and then the stuff from Bob was still flowing that way a little bit. Everything from Sif was coming down into this area, and as you can see, it's pretty much filled that front area up. And then the flow from hell, because it wasn't as bad, was also coming down here. So that was kind of the flow pattern, and I hope that kind of makes sense to people. And I will clear that off. But I did want to mention, you definitely see the floor here is risen, and we no longer see that fancy rock. Actually, I think my fancy rock is here. It got pushed up a little bit higher. We'll keep an eye on that rock. He used to be back this way a little bit, so it's interesting to see how they move over a few days. Anyway, I'll clear the chicken scratch off the screen there, and we'll look at it some more, and I'll see what's going on in the chat. So. Okay, well, I'm seeing 29 likes on there, so that's great, guys. But if you do enjoy the content and you like what you're seeing, by all means, do hit that like button. And if you're interested in more of this content, you can certainly hit the subscribe button as well if you like, and do that bell thing. Let's see. Okay, a few new ones in here. Robert, welcome. Joseph Vanderhoof, welcome back. Did I miss anyone that snuck in the door here? If I did miss you, we'll say welcome anyway, and glad to have you all on board. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and we're just getting started on today's stream. Going to be running for about 4 hours, and hopefully everything is cool and we can make things go. I'm going to throw the other camera shots in here. This is the long hoof, or whatever they call it, lang hoof. The long distance ones, the one that's way out there looking at the back end of, and the one with the V cut into the top of the cone there, that is flow. And as you see, there's no smoke coming out of flow. The smoke that you see behind it and to the left is further out beyond that next hill. So, and that's probably just grasses and mosses burning as the lava flow continues its way out there. Long hill translation. Long hill. Okay. I'll go with the long hill translation. So anyway, this is a fairly decent shot, but unfortunately it's not showing very much activity right now. And of course, so flow on the end with the V cut into it, and to the right of that would be hell, and then Sif right beside it there from this angle. And I think we're possibly seeing there Nar and Rag over there, if I'm in the right spot. And we can't see Bob from this angle, so this pile here is covered it up. So we used to be able to on this shot, but the flow from Sif over the last couple days here has really put on some elevation right in front of it, so we can't see it. Anyway, we'll throw back to the front screen and watch it cook a little bit. And again, since we have so many people that have come into the stream, welcome everyone, and glad you guys are all here. I try to name just about everyone who comes in. Brooke, Robinson, welcome. Just to try to get you guys going, make sure that you're all acknowledged and stuff like that. And, if I miss you coming in the door, don't panic. Any 3D map or overhead shots of the lava field. Actually, I have not. I was looking this morning to see if I could find new satellite shot, Brooke, and I would really like to find one, but haven't as of yet. Not sure if RLC must be busy today, so I don't think he had a chance to look for it. But when I was looking, I was unable to locate an overhead shot, and I really want that shot. That's what really, to me, is really helpful. You know, when we can see what's going on. So it's all cool. Anyway, just to recap a little bit, and I know this is probably a little bit dated now, but if we go back to the seismic data from the other day, from the 23rd, so you've seen the swarms down in the southern area where the southwest quake storm is, near Grindavik. And that's not too far away there, so hopefully that has subsided some, and our volcano, of course, being right in the middle there, with not too much activity indicated on this one. We'll see if we can get newer ones during the course of the stream here. I'm working on some of that, so we'll see what happens, and we'll throw you back to the front view here. Joseph, yes, okay. Are the volcanoes encrusting themselves so lava flow will not be seen? Yes, basically what's happening is as your flow level is a little bit higher, you may form a little higher ridge on the sides, and that could crust over if all of a sudden we get some cooler temperatures, like when we're getting rain, like yesterday, and snow, etc. That can actually cause it to cool quickly on the top and actually create a shell, and essentially it builds up its own little tubes or lava tubes. And the best time to view those, of course, is at nighttime, is when you start all of a sudden seeing, you know, multiple patterns appear in the dark lava that you thought was just dormant or laying there. So it's very interesting to see how those tubes form. And they happen everywhere. We have them on the moon. We have them on Mars. Is very likely. We know they are on the moon, but we don't know about Mars yet. But if you have a volcano, it's kind of a likely scenario that that's what's going to happen, that you're going to get tubes. Yesterday I asked you your thoughts about me thinking of moon gravity had influence on the eruption when standing there and looking at a mass of water moves with the tides. Okay, Robert, I did kind of talk about that a little bit. Okay, the moon and the sun both have an effect on it, just like any other tidal influence. Okay, and it's you know, the tides are caused by both the moon and the sun, right? It's not just the one. So, as far as it having influences on the lava flow or eruption, this is something that they have not really been able to pinpoint together yet, or at least not that I have seen in any of the papers. But there is effect from those gravity sources causing the Earth's crust to change, shift outward or contract. If it gets in a high gravity point or low gravity point, as like we'll always have like a couple of null points, and then as the moon is going around, that always changes because of the moon's orbit is not always in sync with the sun, right? So it's not on the opposite side of the planet all the time. So those gravity points change, and then when your moon and your sun are both on the same side, that area of the globe will then get higher tides because you have more pull on it. Now, if our volcano is on that point, then you've got more pull on the crust portion of that, and that could stretch things. That could allow the fissures to open up a little bit more, and the increased gravity, which would allow more lava flow. So all in all, answer would be yeah, it's going to influence it. It's just we haven't found a way to measure it properly yet, and I'm pretty sure that somebody will come along. King tides are really causing floods, and yeah. Okay, so that's what you guys call them, king tides. Okay, when it's the moon and the sun are both on the same side, it really puts a lot of gravity pull on the planet, right? So, and that would definitely influence the planet, the crust, everything. Your lithosphere would be pulled out and away a little bit, probably causing a little bit of a bulge underneath there for the magma to flow into, because it is a liquid state. And then when you decrease the gravity on there, all of a sudden what's going to happen is you still have this extra magma sitting there, and that may end up getting forced or pressured out a little bit. So it's all hypothetical, but I'm sure there is a certain amount of influence from it. So I'm going to switch the view here again, and I know I'm yakking a lot. The sun has much less than the moon? No, sir. The sun has the same as, or pretty close to the same as the moon. For us, and well, I don't want to get into astronomy on here because it's about the volcanoes, but the moon proportionally, it's like the solar eclipse. I'll use that as a scenario here. When you have a solar eclipse, the moon actually covers the entire sun, right? So proportionately, the mass and the size of the sun versus the mass and the size of the moon and the distance that they're away, the sun is still the larger influence or the larger body. Even though the moon is closer, the moon is a lot smaller, right? So the relative forces are actually a little bit heavier on the sun's side. And there are several papers, actually not just several, there's about 120 papers on that, and I've read several. So, and they all kind of conclude the same scenario. Okay, what else we got in here? Trying to king tides. Okay, me too. Yes. the volcanoes are smoking. Does that mean the fire is out? Uh, well, not really, Joseph. The the smoke can be caused by an influence of groundwater, and it could be more steam. It could have actually. There's multiple things that can cause it again. So you've got your groundwater steam kind of injection in there, as well as if it happens to be picking up some organic material along the way. Although when we're looking at this is still a very clean burn in comparison to a lot of the other volcanoes that we see, because it doesn't have too much of the foreign materials in it. You're going to get some smoke, and again, some of it is condensation. So steam and smoke, good for a sauna. Not good for breathing though. That SO2 that is in there definitely will cause you to have some problems breathing. Anyway, so we're about 25 minutes in, actually a little bit more, and because I kind of started a couple minutes early, but I am going to take a voice break here, and I will switch back and forth through the cameras, of course, for changing the views, and we'll throw it on the back one right away here. And yeah, you can see that smoke heading off in the opposite direction today. So looks pretty cool. Okay, back to the front because we can see the front. And this is my favorite view out of the whole batch. Anyway, I'm going to take a break for a few minutes. For those who have just come in or are fairly new, I am DrFox2000, your host. I'm an amateur geologist and an amateur prospector. Not amateur prospector, but just a prospector. Go out hunting for gold and precious minerals, things like this. So I enjoy that kind of stuff, and that's kind of why I like doing this, because I love volcanoes, and it's all really, really good stuff. Anyway, I'm going to take a short break here to save my voice. We got another 3.5 hours to go here in the stream today, so I will be back in a little bit. If you haven't hit that like button yet, by all means do so. If you like what you're seeing and you like the content, and if you want to see a little bit more of it, you can also hit that subscribe button. So do that, that'd be great. We have some good people chatting in the room there, so in the chat, and I'll read a few of those before I run off on my quick break here. So stay tuned, guys. I will be back about 5-6 minutes. Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm back. I figured I'd pop back in here and catch up on whoever else came in. C. John, welcome to the chat. Who else popped in? Mona Lisa popped in. I thank you for coming, Mona. Lava Bomb. Did I miss anyone? Dina. Okay, I think I got most of you. Anyway, if you're new to the chat, welcome. New to the stream, welcome. I'm DrFox2000, your host. I'm an amateur geologist and a prospector. I love volcanoes, and that's why we do this. So if you are a fellow volcano lover or lava lover, by all means, hit that thumbs up, and we're going to keep this thing going. Stream is going to be for another 3.5 hours roughly, and we're going to talk about things. If you guys have input and so on, by all means throw it in the chat. Always try to answer what's going on, and as far as concerning volcanoes and things like that, it's always interesting to see what some of the opinions are, what some of the facts are, and everything works out. For anyone interested, you can view 3D models of the eruption as it evolved on Sketchfab by user. Okay, thanks, Thomas. We'll have to go see if we can locate that later. And what was I gonna do? Go throw the front view back on here. We've got a cloud in the way now, giving us some shade or shadow, and kind of darkens the whole screen up a little bit. So it's interesting to see, and let's see if I can come up here with what we were looking at yesterday. Our big plume, if you will, that's underneath. Get it in the split view and work on these other files. I have too many files on here. That's my problem. I gotta get the more current ones into play and see what happens. Okay, I found the one I'm looking for. Just need to get rid of the other ones here. Oh, and we got more people wandering in. Orange coats this time. It's the orange coat. At least you'll be able to be seen for a while. Anyway, I was going to push this one in here for a second. And to me, this is just a fantastic shot from the way they've put it together. And basically what they're showing, if you look at the very top, you can see the outline of Iceland. And this is the lava or magma column underneath, and in there somewhere we're getting a hot vent poking up and through, and getting into the fissures up near the top and coming out onto the ground, and that's what we're seeing when we're looking at these pictures. So it is really cool to see that, and I'm actually very, very happy. By the way, I did want to throw in here my sweet Bree, if you are listening to the audio on the stream right now and watching the live stream, I'm hoping that you're doing okay. Okay, hon? And for all who need to know, she is kind of resting right now. She's a little shaky, so she can't type or can't do anything, but she is probably watching the stream, and that's what I'm hoping for. Anyway, give me a second with that. I did just get a message here. I just want to look at it, so be right back, guys. Okay, got those messages dealt with, and I see the sun is poking out again. And there we can actually see a fairly good shot of Bob and Bob Jr. Over on the side here, and the flow pattern that we had here. Oh yeah, sure. Look like a face now. And of course a lot of smoke coming out of the top here. So I got a bad hair day. Oh my God, I gotta stop doing that, guys. So yeah, Bob's having a bad day, I guess. But it doesn't look like there's as much activity out of Bob Jr. We certainly don't see a lot of lava or ejecta popping up out of there, bubbling out. But there is still some sitting there, so it's all cool. Yaris, welcome back. Glad to have you on board. Ziho, welcome. Who else popped in here? Kim, Tony, Casso, don't stop. Oh, we're not stopping. We're not stopping nothing for now. No, the activity, just so you know, the activity always looks less during the day because we really can't see as much of that lava flow because it's right now, well, you see it's sunny and bright, and the only thing we can actually see is the stuff coming out of Sif, which is right over there where the circle is. You know, and that's what we're basically seeing. Or if we go to the backside shot, and we look at rag from the backside. So again, well, why is my whiteboard not working? Click on that. There we go. So that's rag and nar, and that's what we were looking at, the backsides. And this height certainly has increased, and as well as this one, as well as over here. This is getting bigger height-wise. But if we go back to the other side, we see that you know, they've all got these blown out sides right in the front here. So they're building themselves fairly quickly and then blowing themselves back down. And that to me does indicate a variance in the lava flow. So something has to cause that, right? So If you have that steady upheaval all the time and everything builds up properly, unless no leg pulling unless it's a chicken. Okay. I don't know if you can hear those birds out in the background. Those are the magpies squawking again. What? Oh, Pluto's always been a planet. Just a little dwarf, though. Anyway, okay, so we do see, though, the one thing I wanted to point out here is how much of a cone rag has built on the back side here. And when we look at that height here, and then we look at the height here, now I know rag started up because it was on that slope, right? So it's not quite as tall as what Bob is. Bob is still the tallest one here. And I'm not sure the exact measurements. Nobody has been able to provide that as of late because it's not that much interest, I guess. But rag is definitely gained stature that way. And now we know Sif, though, is getting tall too, and it does look like it's the tallest one here. But we got to remember the ground level for Sif was much higher, so he hasn't grown as much as Rag has in the last little while. Okay, let me clear that off. Looking. Get back to Robert's question here. If I missed it, can you explain the difference or different lava covering the volcano domes? The brown material or temperature against the black lava? Okay, the basically it's more or less all the same color. What's happening though is your blacker material is actually showing more heat, so it's kind of glazing, if you will. With when it's cooling, the effects of the cooling process is what will give it the different textures and color. So if you cool it very quickly, or you have a big delta T or temperature change, then what's going to happen is it will likely turn kind of a glazed black. Okay, what happens when you eject something out of the volcano and we get these splatters coming out? You're actually ejecting the lava into the air, and it's got a bunch of bubbles in it yet that want to escape, and most of it just cools in a slower state as it falls down. But the off-gassing happens very quickly as it's dropping. So you're going to end up with lighter browner material on the cones themselves, like the material building up, and you can always see what's a remnant of a flow afterwards, because that's usually the darker material, because it's usually got the glaciated content in there, or it's glazed over is what we refer to it as. I don't know what, if there's other people calling it different things, by all means speak up. But that's kind of because, you know, the process, it's kind of, if you're ejecting it out and throwing it into the air, you're going to get more granulating, if you will, from the exposure. So hey, these are gender fluids. Fluid. And okay, okay, I'm trying to keep up to the chat here, guys. Anyway, so, and yes, you can see the backside of rag being as the lighter brown material that you're seeing in there. Here from the front side of Bob, that stuff inside and even here looks darker, okay, but when you get to the back, again, you can see that it's much lighter in the back side. Right now, because of the sun hitting it, we're getting a really good exposure here, and the contrast between the two areas does show it. But most of the stuff laying out front here is going to look darker because of the glazing, if you will. Okay, so lots of other people. So the inactive side of rag, just visible, is colder in spite of the intensity of the eruption. Yes, it is. It is cooler. And that's probably what's keeping it solid as it's building up. Okay. And this way, it causes the flow or weak points on the other side. It's always one side always seems to get more of a buildup. You don't necessarily get a nice straight up column coming up all the time and bubbling up the right way. So it's pretty cool, pretty cool. Okay, I'm gonna flip through these views again here, and oh, hang on, we got people walking close by. I see shadows. Okay, we'll throw it on here anyway. Okay, so there was the backside view. So Rag and Nar and Sif over there, and Hell doing some smoking way over on the right hand side, and Bob would be back off in that direction. And I'm going to clear that for a second, and we're just going to note this this spot here. It's smoldering pretty good, and I'm wondering what's going on there. So we might have to look at that from the other side here for a second. Okay, so that looks like it's coming from around here somewhere. So possibly something flowing underground from Bob Jr. or Bob, causing it to smoke up a little bit. Very interesting. Steve Penland, welcome. Who else has popped in here I haven't said hello to yet? Tony Gasso, welcome. I think I might have mentioned you earlier. We've got the Kims. Is it Afri Apple or Afri Apple? Afur Apple? I'm sorry if I messed that up, but welcome. What's volcanic glass? Yeah. Obsidian, volcanic glass, no. Really long-term pressured minerals. It's almost like you're trying to build diamonds. The inactive side. Yeah, okay, so I think I got most of everything here. Denise Richardson, hello, okay. I think I got most of you. B is for Bob, yes. I mean, I can write everything on the screen completely there, but I should try that, see if it'll make me good, clean letters. No, doesn't want to make letters. The shape thing was supposed to be able to make me letters, but I guess it doesn't. Yeah, so Bob over on the right hand side with the very nice cone there. Okay, and then you got Bob Jr. is the next little hole there. And then we'll point up here as Bob. Okay, and this one here is Rag. And we're basically looking at the backside and Nar. And Sif, the monster that's making all kinds of piles and piles of material out front. And we had Hell back here, just so everybody is kind of on the ball as to what's where. And it definitely gives you a perspective of this really does look like a prehistoric lava field. We're still waiting for the dinosaurs to walk along, but we'll see what happens. Anyway, wanted to pop to the long range view, see if that changed any. And we still don't see anything new in the back end here. And again, the volcano that we're seeing in dead center on the screen there with the V top on its cone, that is flow, and flow has become inactive and hasn't done anything for a few days. So I do have a picture of flow. We'll maybe look for that a little bit here, and where they flew over and looked right down into it and they didn't see a darn thing happening in there. So it is very interesting. And let's see if we can throw it back onto the backside. And there you can see Rag very active, and then Nar is right beside it, and they have their own little river that they've created flowing out here. So a river of lava, always nice. And I believe these bumps in here are still the remnants of the blowout from yesterday. So that was really cool. So I thought it was kind of interesting. Anyway, we'll clear that off, and yeah, it is very, very cool looking at this. Trying to catch up with what is going on in the chat here. We got a lot of things going on. Apple pie, want some? Yeah, send me a piece of apple pie. I'll take it. Email it, please. Chocolate, vanilla. Oh my God, we're gonna have ice cream with the pie? Okay. Cannibal, Canab Al. Welcome. Can we see an overhead map? We can give a rough layout. Let me get something on the screen here for you. I just need to split my as soon as it does it. Come on. It's being slow here for some reason. There we go. I will see if we can find you a reasonable shot. Well, we don't have an overhead shot, recent overhead shot. Okay, that's something I'm still looking for and trying to find. So, but this was a basic flow diagram that we had from yesterday. So I'm going to throw that in here, and that kind of gives you an idea where where things are situated and how it's flowing out. Um, and sorry for the quality. It's for some reason not working as well as it should on my XSplit software. It didn't love it. So anyway, that kind of gives you the idea of where the expansion is. And if I actually stop that, and I'm going to see if I can get that to switch for me and stop in the right place. Okay, will my whiteboard work? Yeah, it should. No, it's not. Oh, darn thing. Okay, will it work now? Still not. Okay, remove. We'll have to re-add it. Okay, I'm just gonna kind of point out where things have flowed. So we know the flow as of yesterday was getting out to somewhere down in this area here. So we're expecting within the next day or two that it's going to hit into the lava flow is what it's going to create. We also know that it's also gone down here a little bit. So we can also expect this to expand then. So we'll probably get a plume of some sort out here soon. So this is kind of the prediction of where the lava is going to go. So if this takes off here down on the bottom, this area will be the one that I would really like to see them watch because I think that would be awesome. Hope that helps out with where that's going. And I don't have a new aerial shot, but I will see what we can do. I'm still snooping when I do take my breaks. I'm looking for a couple of sites there that usually have them, but haven't seen anything. It's like somebody's taking a day off. Go figure, on the weekend. Why would they take a day off? Anyway, it's all good. We'll see what happens. So anyway, guys, I am going to take a couple minute break here, and because my voice is starting to crack up again. So before I go, for those who don't know who I am, and since we do have a lot of people in the chat, I am DrFox2000. I'm an amateur geologist as well as a prospector. Usually go out finding minerals. Gold is my thing that I really like going for, but also in the past I've been known to schlep home some very nice looking jade as well as some interesting ocean stone, things like that. So that's kind of my forte. I am here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, about 4,000 miles away from the volcano, so a little bit of a distance away, which is kind of safe, but I do like volcanoes, and going down the cooled off ones is much better. Gonna take that break, guys. Don't go away. We'll be right back. If you haven't hit the thumbs up, please do. If you haven't subscribed and you want to see more of this stuff in the days to come, by all means, hit that subscribe button as well. So give it a few minutes, and I will be back in a little while, guys. Thanks. Bye. Okay, and I've got the microphone back on, guys. Thank you everyone for staying tuned, and for those new people in the stream, I am DrFox2000, your host. I'm an amateur geologist as well as a prospector. Enjoy doing all kinds of strange things with rocks and fun stuff and getting gold and, yeah, doing what's good outdoors. Anyway, having a good time streaming and enjoy it. So right now what we're looking at on the stream, on the screen of the stream, is over on the left side. You can see hell is still smoking a little bit. SIF, of course, is still working on throwing out more material out front here and making the valley higher. So it will soon be a hill, not a valley. And then we've got Rag and Nar both sitting dead center in the screen there. And they're producing a lot of smoke as well as ejecta, but it's going on the other side. And we are seeing an increased amount of smoke out of Rag right now. We'll flip that camera over to the other side right away and look at the back side and see what's going on there. And of course, further over to the right, we have Bob Jr., and with a little arrow pointing at his bowl, and we don't see a lot of lava splooshing out of there anymore. And the B for Bob at the end, and Bob is also smoking, and hopefully there is still a tube open, and we're going to get some more ejecta coming out of Bob. Would be really nice. So I'm going to flip that back to the actually I'll clear this off so we get a better shot of this first, and leave it like that, nice and clean, and then we will flip to the backside. Doc, can we talk about the difference between, or the types of lava? I've seen lots of different kinds, but don't understand why they are all different. Pillow lava and sharp hardness and kind. Yeah, we can get into that a little bit, Kim. I'm not really super knowledgeable about the different types. I do understand that we do have the very different types of lava out there. And yeah, we're looking at the backside here, and you can see the smoke from hell is actually kind of covering the whole scene up a little bit. Anyway, getting back into the lava content, this particular stuff that's coming out right now is from very deep down. So what's happening is we have relatively clean magma coming up. Yes, Joseph, lava is a hot topic. Needs to be handled with special gloves. really thick special gloves. So the content of this particular one, and the higher the temperature, of course, your viscosity increases, or the ability for it to flow. And when you see lava that looks like water, usually the temperature is higher, and the higher temperature will indicate that you got different minerals in there. And in this case, we're probably looking at the basalts. And I'm trying to get the other chart back up here. Give me a second. The basalts they range from about 1100 to about 1400 Celsius, and then you get a little bit further beyond that. Again, it kind of allows things to flow a little bit more. Let me see if I can find the right one here. We had these all lined up yesterday, but you know, it happens. You start looking at other things and oh my god, you got to reset everything again. Okay, I know where I was in this one. Flow temperature. Oh no, that's not the one. I'll find it. I'll find it. Okay. Yeah. Here's a kind of an example of our viscosity versus flow, if I can get that on the screen. And this is how your different types of lava are formed. So we are getting stuff that's from way down. So when we're looking at the bottom of that graph, you see your basalts and your comolite. These are the higher temperatures and more liquidy type of issues there that are coming through, and you're not going to get as much bubbling in your basalts. You're going to see more of that in your andesites and the dacite, as they put on here, or dacite. Those areas are going to get more bubbles in it. The hotter stuff will allow your bubbles to escape more. So that's one of the things that we've found before, or at least I found, and I thought it was very interesting. Going to throw this back on here for a second. And I'm going to see if we can find my other ones here. I was going to talk about the lava a little bit more. Holy tufa, one kind of lava. Yeah, well, there's more than one kind of lava, status quo, but it is all hot. I really do love the information that you're sharing, Doc. Okay, yeah, you're welcome, CH. Is it Garner? Garner, I hope. So, okay, let me see if I can find that other chart, though. Yeah, I think that's it. This one here will give you the names, and of course, a lot of it has to do with the temperature factors, right? And the cooler the material, the more likely it will be able to hold bubbles. So if it has more viscosity or is runnier, the bubbles, any gas bubbles will pop out of there fairly quickly. So this is where you're going to get the differences in what's sharper and what's and again, it depends on how it's cooled, right? So majority of it, if it's going to be dacite or rhyolite. I think from what I recall in Hawaii, a lot of it was in the right two portions because of the temperature. And it wasn't until later on in the actual cauldrons that they were noticing increases. So this particular one here, hey, what's all this pizza on the screen? Don't make me hungry, guys. Anyway, so right now, because this lava is coming from 17 to 20 kilometers down is what they guesstimate. The fact that we're seeing it is, you know, at that temperature, we're somewhere around the 1200 degrees Celsius mark, or just slightly below it, is the average temperature coming out. So you're basically in that basalt zone, and that's going to give fairly decent flow out of there, right? And now, when you look at as the lava cools, like if it's splattered out of the dome or out of the vent at the top, and you notice as it cools, it changes color very quickly, and you see where it says high resistance to flow, and it's thick and sticky. So anyway, those bubbles that were encapsulated in there, they're not going anywhere, so you're going to have very porous lava after that, right? And it'll be somewhat lightweight compared to the material that was actually cooled from 1200 C. So a little bit of a difference. Anyway, I'm going to throw this back on the other side. Blue lava, interesting, but there are pink and black sand beaches. Yeah, again, it depends on the content of the minerals that were coming out. And in this particular case, like a lot of what we've got going on here is, you know, with the higher temperature and the flow, it's not gathering other junk, okay? And when I say other junk, like when you go look at some of the other volcanoes, like when Etna was erupting, because it's taking a lot of the other mineralized materials and ejecting them as well. That's where you get a lot of that dangerous off-gassing, and because it's all is basically a huge soup of everything in there, whereas this is clean, recycled magma that's coming up from deep within the earth. And I did have the other picture of that somewhere here, and I think it was this guy here. If we go look at this real quick, and talk about that. So as you see, and will it work? Let me see. Trying to get my crayons to work on the screen. Yep, up here. So the blue circle area, so if you can just imagine, that's the mid-Atlantic ridge, and you know, we've got Iceland on the top here, and the new lava is coming out. So the stuff we're getting is coming up from, you know, 17 to 20 kilometers down. So it's been fairly recycled. It's actually started to cool already, because further down your temperature will definitely increase. So you know, if we're looking at that material being 1200, you can bet your booties that 1200 C, down on the bottom here, you're probably almost, I think 3000 or somewhere thereabouts. Again, I don't have my chart in front of me here, so I don't know exactly, but big difference from the core side of the asthenosphere to the lithosphere side of the asthenosphere in the mantle. Okay, so and as it shows here, it's about 700 kilometers of basically mantle or that big lava bed, and our carpet of rock is basically the area up top here, that's floating on and getting recycled as it heads down into the abyss of the asthenosphere. So lithosphere gets destroyed, and then it generates new stuff and comes up in the middle. Okay, so that's kind of shows you where that's coming from, because we're fairly deep down. We're getting clean lava coming up, and I'm hoping that gets that going. Okay, enough of the food. Back to the volcano. Yeah, we're on the volcano. I never left the volcano. uh, we don't make mistakes, we make happy little accidents. Yeah. And you know, the best part about science is it's always self-correcting. You know, somebody comes up with a hypothesis and decides, oh yeah, let's test this out and we'll make it a theory, and because everybody else will agree with it, and away it goes, and pretty soon it gets really, really interesting. So anyway, I did just get an email in here of a map, and I'm going to see if I can do this basalt plateau and seismic activity from Rob. Lava, okay, managed to find lava flow data, working on integrating into map for now. Okay, fault position map. Okay, so okay, I got a couple things I gotta load up here right away, and hopefully we can get both of these new shots on here. That's pretty cool looking. That's very cool looking. Okay, so I will actually take a break for a few minutes here and get these set up for you guys, and then we'll think outside the box and make lots of mistakes in order to prove it proper. Yes, absolutely. It's science is, after all, self-correcting that way, and you know, if somebody does come up with a hypothesis of sorts, it has to go through peer review before you know, it can actually become an accepted theory, right? So it's very interesting. Anyway, guys, I'm going to turn the microphone off for a few minutes while I do my grunting and groaning to get these things on the screen without messing them up and distorting them and all those fun-loving things. So don't anyone go away. I'm DrFox2000, your host. I will be back very quickly here with some new data. Okay, so I'm back here. I did load up the seismic activity first, and it's not really as super pushy as what we've seen it to be. But this is the 23rd to the 25th is the activity. So very current. And as you can see where our volcano is, and just to the southwest quake storm or swarm is still happening somewhat north of Grindavik. But it is a little bit less than what we've had. Mind you, there are still quite a few spots there that I've sent you the new seismic data map. Please read the text before showing. Have you got the new lab? Okay, lava flow data. Okay. All right, Rob, no problem. I will I have that on the map now, or on the screen, so I will get into the other one in a second. And this looks pretty awesome. I thank you very much for the updated seismic activity. This is excellent, and it shows, like I say, it shows that the southwest swarm is still active, but not as much. And we've had a couple extra shakers down in the middle of the valley, where our outflow is going to be eventually. So interesting to see that. I'm out in the real world. People just sent talk, real science in real time. Enjoy. Really, really do appreciate it, Rob. No problem. And it's all good. So, okay, on to the next one here. And I'm going to put this one on the screen. And this kind of gives you a little bit more of an idea of where our lava material is underneath. I've got to put that back on single screen so I can see it bigger. Too many windows open right now, so there we go. So we can see where Iceland is. Faroe Iceland Ridge, I guess, is what they call the one. And we can see the mid-Atlantic ridge going through it. Pretty cool. And onshore, okay. Onshore flood basalts are the red area. Pink area are offshore flood basalt sequences. Okay, cool. And continental landmass, of course, in the lighter gray. Mid-ocean rift axis, I think, is what it says. For the blue lines, that's showing us our mid-Atlantic ridge and so on. So very, very cool information, and very interesting to see how those basalt sequences just are, just where it all lays. So that's been busy. A lot of volcanic area there, really is. So really cool. Okay, I'm going to throw back on the volcano though for right now. I'm going to check the other email and see if there was anything else there yet, or if he's sent it. And give me a second, guys, and we'll see. Okay, so I get it. I get it. That's what he wanted me to read. So he was saying the mantle model was correct. So the depth of the that big plume and everything is 200 kilometers. Oh, wrong slide. Anyway, yeah, we'll readdress that in a little bit. Get myself back onto the right screen here. Okay, so I see there's more people that came in. Paul, the active vents right now, well, what we're seeing on screen, we basically have the 6 vents on screen that you can see. We will continue to call them active, and I'll just put letters underneath them so you can see them real quick. Over here is, whoa, that one is hell. This is Sif, and this is Nar. This is Rag, and this big monster here is Bob, and here's Bob's second vent, and we call him Bob Jr. So that's what we're seeing right now, and off on the other direction, if you're looking on the left hand side, Flow, Flow, and Wolf were over there, and they are no longer producing anything. So that's kind of the layout, and I hope that helps for you guys, just so you understand. And right now we are getting a lot of the lava flow is kind of moving the same direction as the smoke is, and that is out back here through the valley openings. And if we can, Bob Jr. Well, hey, it's Bob's second vent. Okay, I'm trying to be a nice guy by calling it something. This is how the professionals lay it out. Okay, so you can have a look at this particular screen. So system or vent system 1, 2 vents. Okay, there you go. That's the technical term. And then of course you got vent system 2, which is on the far right hand side, headed where the flow was going into Meridalish, into the valley. And those 2 vents over there are dead, so we basically X those out. And this was Bob and Junior on this side. Now this picture is a few days old, so it's okay. And then we had Rag here, Nar here, Sif, and Hell. Okay. That's how the technical things are written up. So it's all good. So anyway, in this particular shot too, if we're getting back to what it looked like on the back side, now you see the height of Bob over here, which is actually pretty interesting. And I'm going to change my color to yellow so we can see it a little bit better. But you know, you see how tall this is, and you can really get a judgment of how high that was. And we know that it's somewhere around 180 meters now, is what I was kind of led to believe. We were meters, make a M there, 180 meters. And that's going to be just a rough thing, because I can't really tell where the valley floor is anymore. So the guys that were doing the measurements, they basically stopped at 167 is where I got kind of cut off. But anyway, this is kind of the layout. So if we go back to that other screen, and that's kind of what I was trying to depict. So when you see the different vents, that's what they're referring to. And on the potential flow. As everything in our foreground here is filling up, it's definitely creating more of a flow to the east and to the south. So it's going to be interesting to see where it starts pouring out. Bob and Bob Jr. is better than what the women did, Dr. Seuss. They had 23 sons and named them all Dave. Oh, Dave's not even here. Tough might be a word you're looking for. Yeah. Okay. In fact, the hills that these vents are on are made of tuff. Okay. Now, tuff being what? Basically old volcanic material and mosses and everything else that's grown in there. And that's some of the stuff that you do see smoking in some of the areas are actually beds of this moss that actually grows there. That's tough luck. Oh, that's, yeah, very punny, Kim. Thank you. It's all great, guys. So anyway, Doc, I'm really interested to see how close we are to the, the lava fall, and that's what I'm hoping for, that we can get something there, subglacial eruption stuff. Yeah, that's sounds about right, Thomas. Lava is beginning to flow down into Meridalish again. See image I just sent you. Okay, if you sent me, that would be excellent. Now, Rob, is that the one flowing from the eastern location, right? That's kind of, oh yeah, there it is. Hey, it's my truck, and hang on, guys. I'm gonna get this picture loaded up for you. This is actually cool. Okay, get it in the right file, and then we can load it up. Lovingly named Bob, yeah. And like, honestly, I hate to admit it, guys, but I think I was actually the first guy to call it Bob, because we needed to identify it somehow on the screen. So, and I was unable to yeah, it is cool, Rob, very cool. Let me get it loaded up. Add source, and oh, hang on, I forgot a little technicality. How about I hit save on that other one first? If it's saved in the right place. Oh, it didn't save in the right place. Darn it. Always got to watch where you're saving stuff to. There, open. Okay, got it in there now. All right, we'll get it loaded up here now. And source. There we go. All right, so this is the picture we were just talking about, and it looks pretty cool. And I guess there's search and rescue or somebody. So that's the flow going down, and I am going to try to bring up the other little map so we can see what I was referring to here. As soon as I find where I put that, which is probably underneath this guy. Seismic activity, no. We'll find it, we'll find it. Lava flow, GIF1. Okay, just give me a second here, and we'll get this fixed up. Okay, so just to put some perspective to this, Rob, you definitely get credit for Bob's backside. I am not going to hold that back. You're honestly, you're on the hook for that one, Bob's backside. Okay, I'm going to throw the other lava flow on here again, just so you can see the path, and if I can do everything right, we'll get my workspace here so I can draw and indicate to you where that actually is, what we're looking at. So what I was saying earlier was in here that we had some flow, and our truck, I think, is sitting somewhere around here, roughly, and this is what we're looking at. So as it's starting to flow out there. So if we get back to that picture, and that's what we're seeing right there. So just as it's flowing out, and that's pretty awesome. I'm glad to see that. It looks very, very cool. Okay, so we will turn off a couple things on this here. The lava flow, and leave that like that. And we'll go back to our volcano now. So this is the flow that's going into Meridalish up in the northeast. So having that flow moving that way for a while is going to be interesting. Then we may not get as much flow over into the southerly direction. And again, as I was saying before, we will get these lava dams building up as things cool off, and you know, you get blockages, and then all of a sudden it'll flow this way, and it could be tomorrow or later this evening that it could flow the other way again. So those things will continue to happen, and there's not a lot we can do about them. So trying to predict where it's going to build up first is always pretty tough. So anyway, back to the volcano. So I'm watching our vents, and again from right to left. So we got Bob as the bigger smoker on the right there. The little left side area, there's Bob Jr., and then dead center in the screen we have the back of Rag, and then Nar right beside him, and the one that is active on top of the hill, throwing out lava that we can actually still see in the sunlight, is that's Sif, of course, and Hell over on the far left hand side. And off screen are the other two vents that are not active anymore, which is Flow and Ulf. So got them all right there, and hopefully that kind of explains what's going on, and hope everybody understands what we're looking at there. So I'm going to take a few more minutes break here. I do see we do have a 180 or 282 people in the stream right now, 147 likes. I'd like to see that like number go up a little bit more, guys. If you want to see more of this stuff, by all means, do hit that subscribe button as well. Anyway, for those who don't know who I am, I'm DrFox2000, your host. You can call me Doc. I am an amateur geologist as well as a prospector, typically going after gold and fancy looking stones, things like this. Here in Canada, of course, I am in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, 4,000 miles away from the volcano. Nice and safe here, so I'm not going to get burnt by lava. Anyway, if you done all those good things and hang around, we got more stuff coming. And okay, well, choose words a little bit more figuratively or nicely there, Samina. I'll let this one slide, but yeah, let's try be a little bit more family channel oriented with your word choices. Anyhow, I am going to take a little bit of a break here, and we'll be back. So let's just keep watching this volcano, and I may throw the screens to the backside here for a little bit as well while I'm taking my break. So don't go away. We'll be right back. Okay, guys and girls and everyone else who's still here, I'm back, and we have another 2 hours and 7 minutes or so to go for the stream here, so long ways to go yet, and we are looking at some very interesting stuff, and I am going to let's see, where the heck did I just put that new picture? Well, maybe I didn't load it yet. Okay, give me a second, guys. So anyway, this was the photo of the new lava flow into Meridalish, and this is coming down the other side there. That's a little bit further to the east. So this is exiting the original valley, going into that east area to the plateau, and this is now diverted down to the northeast, flowing into Meridalish. Anyway, I'm going to load up that other picture here, which I thought I loaded, but apparently it didn't stay. So there we go. We'll get it in here, guys. Bear with me, and we'll try to get this one to fit the screen, and we should be. Should almost be good here. So, all right, I'm gonna push that one on, and I gotta lock it into place first so we can scribble on it if we want. And do you stream often? I stream daily. If you look back in my playlist for the streams, right from day one. So Samina, we are on every day, and we have not missed a day yet. So 37 days worth of activity on this particular volcano, and this was the newer update that Rob just sent here. Sent you this new picture. Okay, from my guy today. Really nice view, and he knows all, and that we appreciate him. Yes, and we do appreciate your guy. He's done you justice there with have to run. My team lost, but the pubs are still buzzing in London. Okay. Well, Rob, thank you very much. Do appreciate it. Very cool diagram, and very easy way to be able to see what is what here. So that hopefully makes life easier for people to identify things. And in that picture, of course, that we can see, and I'm going to see if my whiteboard is working. No, of course it wouldn't. We'll remove it and re-add it and see what we can do here, because I want to scribble on there. Whiteboard, and right click, there we go. We'll make it thick and yellow. Lines, okay. So now this kind of gives you a little bit more of a perspective of the height, okay, which is actually a really, really cool shot. So if we're looking up in the top left corner, of course, Fissure 2, which is basically stopped, and it's not doing anything, and Fissure 4, so that was flow in the back here. Okay, for those others, and this was Wolf. Sorry, bad U there. Okay, so gives you a little bit of an idea there. Okay, and so Hell was this fella here, number 5, and this was Sif, Sif the camera killer, and our 5S as he put in there, which is a double. So, I'm just going to put N there and R there for rag and nar. Ooh, why is that not working? There we go. And then of course this is Bob. Okay, so with Bob Jr. being on the left hand side with the bigger plume in front of it. Anyway, you can see in this particular picture, you can see how much it's built up, how that lava is now basically right close to Bob has built up. So if Bob is 260 meters, on the side here we have some very, very deep lava bed happening, and you know, this area here, and then this goes down. Now we remember there's a natural hill underneath here yet, so it's all pretty cool. Anyway, looking at that, it's a very interesting picture, and of course in the back side here you can see the flow starting to head out in that direction. And of course what it's done is going down that hill now behind this mound. So and that's what we were seeing. If I get rid of this real quick, come on. Oh. All right, it doesn't want to allow me to scroll here. Oh, there we go. Things happening now. Clear that off, and we'll pop back to the other picture, and what I was saying as it flowed down behind, that's what it looks like coming down down the valley in the backside. So flowing into Meradalish. Anyway, we'll put you back to the live volcano here, and we can see some choppers flying by on occasion, and looks like Sif is still perking away really nice there. The activity is noticeable, whereas the light is basically making it hard to see what the rest of the volcano vents are putting out here. So we'll wait and see once it gets a little bit darker, which will be in probably an hour or so. I'm not even sure what time it is in Iceland right now. I'm just going to check. It's 2000 hours, so that's 8 o'clock. The sun is going to be probably setting there soon. I did want to bring up the weather for Reykjavik, and we'll see if, oh, I think I spelled that wrong again. There we go. We'll bring that up real quick just to see it. And I wanted to turn on the thing about the flow rates here. Oh, some guy walking by. Okay, now these were a little bit old already, but the flow rates, this will give you the idea of what's been going on flow rate wise. So when people say that, you know, things have decreased, again, I have to stress, during the day we can't see the lava flowing as well as we can when it is at nighttime. So when people say, oh, it's more active at night, that's the reason why we can actually see more at night. So but the flow rates right now, I don't have the latest figures, but we're guesstimating somewhere between 5 and 7 cubic meters per second still flowing. So it's pretty good, and I'm going to double check my mail here, because I had other things come in. New Fisher. Okay, I got that one. Got this one. Okay, gonna double check. And okay. Let me go have a look at that one. See if I can grab that real quick, if it'll load up for me. Thomas sent me something. Okay. It didn't work. It only went to the original map, Thomas. I'm gonna have to read your email here. Give me a second. Okay, because it oh, hang on, maybe it'll, oh, okay, there we go. All right, so I can get that in there. Let's see that. That's working. And let's see if we go to there, get the right file so I can find it again. Always important, put things in the right file. And save. Okay, so Thomas, thank you very much for sending this one. We'll make this work. 40K piece. 40K price, you can get flown there, land for 10 minutes, then a bit more circling, and land home. Hey, that's 40K. That's an Icelandic money. I gotta work that out and see what that turns out to be in Canadian shekels. Okay, let me see if I can get this other nice new picture loaded up here, and we'll work on this right away. And thanks for sending this, Thomas. It does look good. So let me. Whoop, no, I want to leave that there. Okay, never mind. I pushed the wrong button here. We'll put you back to that. And get this on the other side. Okay. Load the extra source map. There we go. Oh, whoop. That's not what I wanted. Okay, just to give you a little bit more of an idea here. So, 400 Canadian. That's 400 shekels. That's not so bad. I had to pay about 1,000 shekels to go fly all the way around Oahu. Mind you, that was just me, myself, and the chopper pilot, so a little different. Anyway, pushing this live here, so Thomas sent this one in, and it gives you a very good perspective of where the new lava has flowed, and I think it looks pretty awesome. It's a very good depiction. So, and again, I'm going to see if my whiteboard will work here, and see if that's going. Yeah, it's going to work. When we're looking at that map, the very new stuff on the end, of course, is what we're looking at here. So this is the new stuff plus the increase that this area has. So I'm still waiting for it to come down this little valley here, and once it heads down there, we're going to see a very rapid descent into the base of the valley. So that will likely give us a decent lava fall, if you will. Although this area over here is very steep as well, and as we've seen in the picture of the actual vehicle sitting there. Oh, hang on. We'll get the right one up here and turn that one off. As you can see in this picture, you can see that lava is heading down that valley, and it is fairly steep. So, but this is not as steep as the other side. So when we get back to that new flow map, when we're looking at that, definitely going to be more interesting over here once it gets over and does that big drop. So I'm looking forward to that one. But this is great to see it flowing into Maridalis as well. Remember that Maridalis, the valley, is capable of holding 7.7 million cubic meters. It has nowhere near that in it because it's just barely started. So, and again, the big primary thing that we need to see and look for is what happens in this area here with blockages, whether it's here or here, which cause your flow to either go this way or continue this way, right? So that's what we're going to look for. And anyway, I'm going to clear that off. And thank you very much, Thomas, for sending the newer flow map. I appreciate it. And I'm going to see if I can clear my stuff off the whiteboard and then put it back to the actual volcano, guys. So notice on cams you may see no birds, no bugs. We don't see often birds there anyway, but as far as bugs, I don't know if we had any bugs over there. I'm not over there. Arctic foxes had. Yeah, we did see foxes. Those definitely exist. So, okay, why is my clicker not clicking here? Oh, there it goes. Okay, so I still have that playing on there with the flow rate. I'll let that run. Seen lots of Arctic foxes on the bob cam. Yeah, I've seen 3 in total so far. I don't know if there were others, but 3. No trees. No, there's no trees growing there. You'll have the moss that's growing on there and some grasses, but I don't think there's any trees. Not yet, anyway. Give it time. You know, a couple hundred more years and we might have a few trees growing there as well. Let's see what else is in the chat. And welcome everyone. For those who have come in, I'm DrFox2000, your host. Call me Doc for short. I'm an amateur geologist as well as a prospector, and that's my mainstay. Is I like going out on my hobby times there to dig for gold and precious stones and things like that. So love that kind of stuff, and of course that throws in the big thing about volcanoes and where gold is found, and especially in the kimberlites of the volcanoes, as you're if you have some moisture or water injection into the volcano vent as it's cooling down around 600 degrees Celsius is where your quartz material will start to coagulate, and when that starts happening, that's the kind of the right viscosity for the gold to be able to flow together within it and cause cracks of gold, or seams of gold, if you will. So it's all pretty cool that way. That's what I do. So hopefully we'll get into a little bit of that further on. But yeah, I'm just watching here about Thomas saying the soil in the area is pretty bad for cultivating just about anything. In Meridelish, however, there are remains of farms and other buildings, so there was some farming there ages ago. Okay, so one of the things that we'll see, I just want to inject this here, as the lava flows on there, it's gonna get very smelly and stinky down there as the hot lava hits some of that soil, because it has a lot of organic material in it, if they were in fact farming already. So that's one of the interesting things to keep in mind. So we're going to see more smoke down on that end. It will help keep the soil from becoming too dense, not allowing the roots beneath. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Geochemists on Twitter, Edward Marshall, 5 centimeters, Gabriel, and inclusion in the lava today. Okay. Beautiful bottle green CPX. Could see some possible weak layer as well. Okay. Photo is great. All right, cool. We'll have to take a look at that. Cookster, thanks. A shadow on the line. Shadow in the line of the stream. Potential vent. No, if you're looking down in the foreground, that is the lava that has flowed down from Sif into the valley. If this was the area, what you're thinking, where it's steaming from, and we can see a few little vents here. This is the lava that has come down and is flowing into this lava bed, and we're also seeing some of the flow from hell from the back here, and that's flowing down, creating an appearance or illusion, if you will, that there may be something brewing here. But be assured, this is just hot lava. It's getting thicker, and there is a lot of off-gassing from that area yet. So, and again, Bob over here, just so you guys have your information right, this will be Rag, this is Nar, Sif is here, and this guy is Hell. And then, of course, you have off to the side there, you have Flo and Ulf, and those two are goners, so we don't need to worry about them anymore. And I'm gonna stop the ticker tape going across here, and I think there's another one that we wanted to turn on. That one's a little bit, oop, I'm trying to lift it up a little. There we go. Um, Gives you some other information while we're there. And I'm trying to keep up to everything that's on the screen. There's a lot of people in here. And his Twitter's George Boots or George B. Boots on the ground info. Priceless. Okay, thanks, Cookster. Appreciate that. Still has ways to melt in Greenland. Get back to the way it was 1000 AD. Well, Greenland still got a long way to go. Norse god. Okay, Kim. Yes, hell is a Norse god for the underworld. Down under into the lava beds. Very, very cool. All right, I'm going to clear my scribble off the screen, let that run through here for a little bit, and that just gives you a little bit more information on the magma and where it's coming from. So this material from very, very deep down, 17 to 20 kilometers down and coming up from down there. So we have a lot of clean lava, if you want to call it that. 80 to 82% basalts, and they were saying somewhere between 12 and 15% iron, and the rest was a mixed bag of other minerals. So very, very interesting. Just got another email here. Just gonna check real quick and see what I've got. First. Sorry, just I gotta giggle at some of this stuff. Never mind, guys. Rob, I got your email. No, if you're hearing things, you got to watch out. My front teeth are missing, so it's hard to say things sometimes. Shekels. Oh, we were talking about money. It's shekels. Okay. Anyway, it's all fun. Love this stuff. So, having a good time doing the streaming here for you guys. So, anyway, I'm gonna take that little ticker off there, and we'll throw another one on that. Oh, we'll have to move that one up a little bit. There we go. And get it going the right way. So gives you lots of things to read. And while we're doing that, I am going to take another little break. I hear my voice, so must do that. Back in a couple of minutes, guys. Don't anyone go anywhere, and we'll see if we can. I'm still working on trying to find an aerial shot here, so amongst other things. Hang in there, guys. I'm back. I'll be back. Okay, guys and gals and everyone else, I am back, and for our newer people in the stream, I'm DrFox2000, your host, amateur geologist, as well as a prospector into gold hunting and looking for precious stones and things like that. And obviously, that leads us right into volcanism and watching volcanoes and plate tectonics and all those good things. Anyway, on screen we see our wonderful front view of from right to left. We have Bob doing some smoking there, and down on the bottom you can see Bob Jr.'s got some smoke coming out of it now too. And we're seeing the backside of Rag and Nar, just about center of the screen, and then the one we can see the actual lava flowing in there. That is Sif, and then we have Hell also doing some smoking on the left-hand side. To the far left off screen is Ulf and Flow, which are no longer flowing and have gone dormant. That does not mean that they are out for the count, okay? But just means that they're not doing anything right now. Anyway, we are going to throw it back onto the lava flow while these funny looking people look into the camera. And this kind of gives you an idea of where the lava has flowed today. And of course, this is the latest and greatest, which Thomas sent to me. So this is excellent. Thank you, Thomas. And as you can see, this is all new down here. And it's going to work on putting some more lava into Meridalish. And of course we can see that this has expanded here a little bit, so I'm waiting for that flow to come down here. Now I think this is the green lines here are the walk paths, if I recall correctly, and that kind of shows where people can go. So I'm waiting for it to get here. That's going to be a really very pretty sight. And then also, once we do get enough lava flowing this way, we do have a little pond down here. And I don't think there's any fish in there or anything like that. It looks like just a collection basin there. So that could steam out and be pretty interesting to see as well. So anyway, we'll clear that off, get you back to the volcano. And we're going to see who's cooking what here. And we'll let that go for your phone, I believe. Somebody's phoning. Okay. Whose cell phone's going off? It's not mine. Oh, the brick phone. Yes, Fortis. I had one of those back in the day when they were like $4,000 or $5,000, well, $4,500. Ridiculous amount of money for a cell phone, and now they're just giving them away just to get you on there so they can make their money. Is it possible to have thermal imaging? We would love to have thermal imaging, although no one on site does. These streams that we're monitoring here are, of course, ruv.is and on two of the views, and the backside view is mbl.is, and unfortunately they don't have thermal cameras installed there. I'd love to see some thermal cameras from above. I think it would really be interesting. And being a camera buff myself, especially when it gets into, you know, the infrared and the thermals and stuff like that, it's hard to find links. Okay, Thomas. Yeah. If they had a regular posting of the thermal cam images, you know, from one spot, you know, for progression, that would really be cool. But yeah, hard to find the links, and that's kind of the same battle I've been facing, trying to find out, you know, what's going on. Anyway, we're going to look at the long shot here, and this is from the back valley, looking at flow, and just right behind on the right hand side of flow, back here is Ulf, and this guy was flow, just so we know. And they're not doing anything, and Ulf was where the arrow was pointed, so it is what it is. I'll try to find it on the weather servers. Okay. Thanks, Thomas, if you can find it on there. My big problem is I tried to translate that site over to English, and I am unable to get it to even come up in English. So it's hard to read Icelandic. Oh man. Anyway, we'll throw it back to the other side here, which is the MBLS or MBL.is feed from the backside, and the very active event that we see there is RAG, and just to the right of RAG is NAR, and NAR is active as well. And they're both forming one single river flow heading to the east, which is pretty cool. And then, of course, we're basically silhouetting here, and we're seeing the backside of Sif over here, and of Hell, just so we have that perspective. And so that's their backsides, and RAG and NAR are basically turned around the other way. So this is, I guess, their front side, if you will. You know, I always thought that there were some languages in the world that were very difficult to learn, and of course Chinese is one that's very high up on the list, and in all likelihood the most difficult, and Russian goes right up next to it. And I always thought, you know, if you could at least speak some Russian or something, you wouldn't have an issue with trying to be able to pronounce some of these other words. But I will tell you, you know, being fluent in German as well as English, and some Russian, it is very, very difficult to try to get my words or my tongue around some of those Icelandic words. You know, it is a language all in its own. It has so many Viking and Slavic or Slavic-based things in there. It's phenomenal, but it's a very interesting language, and I would really, you know, love to venture into learning a little bit more of it. So I'm trying, and Google Translator doesn't always seem to work very well. It too seems to have a problem, which is fine. I don't have an issue with that. Anyway, for those people just joining us, I am DrFox2000. This is a live stream, day 37 of our Icelandic volcano eruption. We are live right now. We're looking at the backside of the main view, and we have the vent that's flowing very rapidly. There is rag, and then we have nar just to the right side of that in the other portion of that same cone buildup, and then of course Sif and Hell indicated by the letters further to the right of that. I'm going to throw it back on. I'm going to get rid of that first off the screen, and then we'll throw it back to the front side, and we'll look at those a little bit closer. Well, Thomas, I listened to it on Google, and I swear to God that they're not saying it right. It doesn't work in my head, but I'm saying it the way Google's pronounced it. And I know that may not be correct. And I really wish I could say it correctly without embarrassing the living daylights out of myself. And there goes Kim. Oh. And I'm not even going to try to pronounce what Kim's saying. I don't think that's an Icelandic word either. But we'll have to put that into play. Actually, I've been trying to listen to some of the news services, and Google hides underneath my desk when trying to read it out loud. Yeah. Oh, man. Get yourself in trouble with Spanish, French, Vietnamese, Russian, Bulgarian, and Pig Latin. Yeah, it's amazing though. I do find languages interesting though, because the basis that we use it for, of course, communication. It's vital that we do learn some of the other languages, and some people think that everybody has to speak their language, kind of thing. And you look at what we have around the world, and it is for me super interesting. I mean, even in Germany, where I came from, we have High German, Low German, and if we get into the Bavarian and the Austrian, if we want to separate those out of the Low German, and then we also have Biblical German, which is a whole different kettle of fish again, as far as languages go. So, and Germany is a relatively small country when I look at, the world. So you have areas where it's hard to understand, from one end to the other, right? And I'm not sure how many different dialects of Icelandic there are, but I hope everything is all one dialect, and you guys can all understand each other. Mind you, it's not that big of a place, so it should be pretty cool. Universal Sign Language? Okay. Biblical German, yes. Biblical German is when you speak with Mennonites and Hutterites. The Mennonites are speaking what's referred to as Biblical German. The Amish, if you will. Very interesting stuff. Actually, I did have a hard time with English in school when I first learned the language. you know, like trying to figure out there, and there, and you know, like what the heck are they doing, and how come these are uh, different words, same sound, doesn't make any sense, you know. Where do you put the emphasis? So it's really cool. Oh, oh, you're Amish, okay. Antoine, okay, thanks. Um, they make great furniture. uh, Actually, that's one of the things I really like about the Amish around here, and the Hutterites and the Mennonites. They Because they still are the old school methods of building things. Things last forever. You buy something off of um, a Mennonite or a Hutterite, you can be assured it's handcrafted and it's going to last you. So that's something that I really, really like about those places. Plus, as far as the Hutterites, like I'm not sure if you guys understand what it means to get. The Hutterites have a thing called the Book of Passage, and it's not a religious book; it's an address book for the Hutterites throughout North America. And because I used to do a lot of work in for the different Hutterite colonies for my job when I was installing radios and things like that. Joe from the Mornville colony, basically, you know, him and I became fairly good friends, and the one day he presented that book to me, and which was a real honor, really, because in there it had every name and every address of every Hutterite colony within North America. And he said, whenever you go traveling, you take that book with you. If you ever have an issue anywhere, you can go to any colony and you show them this book. You will be granted food, hospitality, repairs, money, gas, whatever you need to get you going again. And and I thought, wow, you know, this is a real honor. And anyway, I had gone out to one of the different colonies, which was the Viking colony, which of course the two know of each other, obviously, but they're fairly far apart. And anyway, when I was down there, I had shown the head guy there that Joe had given me the book, and I guess he's one of their higher up guys here in Alberta or throughout Canada. And as soon as the fella from Viking seen it, his attitude towards me is like, oh, it changed, like I was some kind of royalty all of a sudden. So I thought, whew, this must be a little bit different. But anyway, so having the Book of Passage from them was a real honor for me. I do have that book, and it does have everyone in it. And by the way, that book is handwritten, and there's over 1,400 pages of handwritten addresses in that book. So, and these were the Hutterites. So, and what color is their lava? Well, I'm going to refuse to answer that one, Rob. Anyway, we'll change the subject back to volcanoes here. So I just wanted to throw that in there since we were talking about the Amish and that kind of thing and the different languages. So I know we got kind of slid off track here, but I just figured I'd share that. And I didn't know that that actually existed beforehand, and this is something to really know and understand about, you know, their culture, and really awesome as far as I'm concerned. I see a few more new people have come into chat. Cherry, welcome. Antoine, I already got you. Christy, welcome to the channel and the chat. Basically, the Icelandic volcano, day number 35, or sorry, 37 of our eruption. And I'm going to switch screens to the front side here so we can possibly see a little bit more lava flowing. And yes, we actually can. So as we're looking, we can see the hill is lighting up a little bit with lighter spots of the visible lava flow, and just to kind of encircle some of those, so we're all looking at the same places. I'm seeing some over here, and of course we're seeing some smokers here. We'll probably see that light up. Bob is doing a fantastic job pushing out smoke. I'm hoping that we're going to get some more lava flow coming out of that fairly soon. So cool to see these things. And oh, another body walking by, and another one, and leaving that ticker up there for a couple more seconds. I'm not sure about that, Fortis, but they do teach in their own schools, so it's very interesting, the programs and curriculums they have. But most of it is more hands-on, you know, where they actually teach skills right from a younger age. And I know on the Hutterite colonies, that's what they've been doing is, you know, when you do your schoolwork from a certain time to a certain time, and then you get into the barn or the shed, wherever you know, whoever you're taking the course from, whether it's the blacksmith or somebody, and you actually become that trade. And they do teach you everything that they've been passed along, and you know, so you can have multiple blacksmiths or multiple carpenters and what have you, and they all have skills, and I've yet to see poor workmanship from any of them, you know, so it's obviously good stuff. Anyway, let's see. So looking at some of this wonderful stuff here, I guess we can get rid of that ticker. I think everybody's got the idea that we've got some different gas moving through there, and titanium oxide, and all those good stuff in the magma increased indicate that the magma comes from deep down, an even greater depth. Yeah. So that's one of the things that we look at now with the depth of the fact that this is coming from what we're saying 18 to 20 kilometers. It could actually even be deeper than that, and it's something that we really don't know 100%, but having looked at that lava plume and what's underneath, kind of gives us a pretty good idea that this could be coming from, you know, 50, 60, 70 kilometers down, and that we're getting an actual clean lava flow, or clean magma flowing up. Let's see what else has got in the chat here. Okay, Doc, that Mountain behind Bob. Is that a volcano? A volcanic... Hey, what happened to my screen? Oh, there it is. You are referring to... it's 200 kilometers down. Okay, got it, Bob. Rob. Okay, you're referring to this guy here, I'm assuming. Okay. Now, I am going to say, yeah, I think it is, but I'm not 100% sure. So, if anybody else knows if that hill with the smiley on it is from a volcanic buildup, or was it pressured up and left there? So that's something that I'm curious about. Is that the name of it? The Storlhurter. Okay. What happened, Kim? Why are you giving up? Call her a boy again. She's... Oh my God, we got bad people in there. I didn't call her a boy. Oh. Oh no. The goddess Hel. Female. Okay. Oh. Sif. He's a male. I guess Rag and Nar. Now, I don't know about... Nar sounds like a male to me, but what about Rag? Have you looked at the scale model of the mantle plume compared to the size of Iceland? Yes, we did look at that earlier, and I was going to try to get that back on the screen here. So let me get that back on. Now, I don't know if you sent any other emails here just a second ago or not. I'm going to just double check. No. Okay, I had a different one there. But, all right, I'm back in split screen mode. And I want to see if I can find my other guy here. Right, just bear with me for a few. Okay, so if we push this one back live. Hey Bruno, glad to have you back. Thanks for rejoining us. And that's not the one I wanted. Where did I go here? There we go. So this is the one that I wanted to show again, and I think this is the one you were referring to, Rob. And if we're looking at the actual size of this, and I'm going to see if I can get my scribbler to work on here, and yeah, it's going to work on here this time. Okay, so of course you can see the up in the top, you can see the outline of Iceland up here. which is pretty cool. So we're looking at it from a depth. I guess this. Rob, correct me if I'm wrong, but from surface down here, this is like 200 kilometers km, something like that. If I'm not mistaken. No, still. Unseasonably calm. Good info, Doc. Okay, Bandit, glad that you could join us. And yes, we're going to be doing more of that information. So anyway, looking at where Iceland is sitting up there in those brackets up top. And we've got roughly... I'm thinking that's about 200 kilometers where we're going here. So, and that's all within the lithosphere yet. And further down in the bottom, that's where your asthenosphere starts or is welling up, producing the hotter magma that's pushing up into this area. So again, people were asking about, do tidal influences of the moon work on this? And yes, there's going to be some interaction. Tidal influences of the sun, of course, there is going to be some interaction. Anything tugging and pulling and pushing on anywhere is going to, that's back to Newton's basics of for every action there's always an opposite and equal reaction, so something has to give somewhere, right? But anyway, that's kind of what we're looking at from the what's sitting underneath Iceland as far as basic plume coming up from way down under, and that should give you guys a pretty good idea of what's going on. Anyway, I'm going to clear that off and we'll get back to our volcano. I don't want to miss too much. Still don't know what that didn't sound like I meant it. What? Good info, Doctor. Okay. Explosions to you? Anyway, yeah, so our smiley face guy in the back there, I'm still not sure if that was geological pressure pushing it up, or if that was in fact an older lava flow or a volcano of some sort that got pushed up. And we got somebody else standing. Oh my God. Oh my God. We had to change the channel. That was horrible. Horrible. Oh my God. Censorship. Censorship. Somebody censor those guys. Oh, we changed the channel. We didn't want to see that. Okay. Oh, those guys are going to get in trouble. We're going to identify them. Oh, too much fun. Too much fun, guys. Oh, hilarious. Okay, they're gone. We'll put it back to what we need. Someone had to bring up the moon. It is what it is. Oh, they're still there. They're on the they're over there. They're getting undressed now. They're going to completely flash us. Oh. Caution, guys. Cover your eyes. If there's women and children watching, get your cameras ready. I mean, don't watch. Hey, there they go. There's the two that we seen. Now we could identify one face anyway. All too much fun. Bruno, Dr. Fox, you take care of the. Are you leaving, Bruno? And I'm not going to worry about the crocs in Australia. They're too far away from me to worry about. They are actually wasted Icelandic vodka, and whenever else they can drink licorice, drink licorice, 90% proof. Oh my God, too much fun. That was Flo. You can see her gushing. Uh-oh, these people are back. Uh-oh, they're doing things in front of the camera we don't want them to see, or we don't want to see them doing. All right. Yeah. Kim, I tried to move away from that to another screen real quick, so we didn't have to watch too much of that. But all in good fun, all in good fun. We just got mooned. I feel young again. Yeah, that's right, Snowman. Get a room. They're far away from a room, at least a 2-hour hike from what I understand. So anyway, lots of fun, guys. A lot of fun. And I'm going to take, Doc, I sent you a couple of links, okay? Thanks, Thomas. I'll have a peek here and just see what we can come up with. Okay. I will, I'm going to take a break here and hang on, I'm going to open one of these up. Okay. Okay. Oh, okay. Cool. I see what it's doing there. All right. So, very good. Okay, Thomas, I'm going to line those up right away, and we'll see if we can go through them and kind of give people a better idea. And I thank you very much for that. That should be interesting. Okay, so Story Hurter. Story Hurter is the name of the peak behind us in the background. Okay, that is that's that guy. So hang on and see if I can do that real quick. So ST, where is it? ORI, the little thingy on top, and HRU. TUR. That's got a little thingy above it too. Okay, accents. So that's the name of that hill back there. So that's pretty cool. Okay. Big Ram, nice name. You know how tall it is. Is that one? That's 495 meters. I'm wondering if that's what it was, because on the other side here we were 265 meters. So on the side I know the one here, so the one beside it was 265, and I think it might have been 490 or 495 up in here, as far as, and that's in meters, right? So I'm not sure, and I think the one we're actually on viewing from is slightly less, 260 or something like that, from what I gathered from before. I may be wrong with my numbers there, but that's kind of where it was. Anyway, guys, I'm going to take that short break, and I'm going to line up those the other flow patterns here from Thomas, and as well as take a few minutes breather here for my voice. So don't go away. I'm Dr. Fox2000, your host. I will be right back. Give me about 5 minutes, and we'll line up some new stuff. Thanks. Okay, guys and girls and everyone else, I'm back. I'm DrFox2000, your host, amateur geologist, and a prospector. I love hunting for gold and things like that. And we've got pretty good views right now of day 37 of our Icelandic volcano eruption. And it's really cool to see. We see some people down on the front left side there of the screen. You can see the heads bobbing. And we're going to probably switch to the other one though. And right now what you're seeing though, center screen, of course, is Rag doing all the action with a beautiful flow out of there. And right beside it, Nar is spitting up some lava as well, so it looks pretty cool. Yeah, I looked at that pronunciation there, and I was trying to do that, but I was trying to get the other stuff lined up as well, Rob. So, oh, it's 352 meters high. Okay, so I was going to go back to that. So we can get there. So if you're looking at it on the back side there, that hill, 352 meters. Okay, meters in height. So that gives you a pretty good idea of what it is. And we got some guy with a vest in green. I guess that happens too. Sorry folks, gotta go have ritual practice. Okay. Daryl, thanks for coming. Please do come again on the next ones if you can. And really appreciate that. So having you stop in, and hopefully we'll see you on the next ones, and that'll be tomorrow at 5 p.m. Pending work, of course, so hopefully everything is cool. Anyway, while that is happening, I am trying to get these others as a screen capture, and unfortunately they bend the things out of shape a little bit, but I'm going to try to get what we can here, and hopefully this will work out for us so that we can see most of it. And it should work out, but we'll see what we can do here. So this gives a little bit more flow. Let me get it on the screen. So these are more of time sequenced photos, and that's what Thomas sent from, and I believe it is the Weather Service. So I'll get that queued up here, and we'll go through. I believe it's the second one first. So I will let that play through from it starts, so it will go sequence through each individual picture, and you kind of see how it's growing, and it will improve, and you can see the flow over the course of time, and of course the bad weather. This one does, I don't think this one shows as much as the other one really did, but once you get into the clear pictures, it looks pretty good. And again, this is kind of looking at the back side here, where you can see what's going on, and Bob would be off to the left of this screen. So that is that one, and I'm letting it go through again here just so we can see it, and then I'll stop it, and we'll be throwing it on a couple of the other ones, or sorry, onto the other link. So there we go, and actually doesn't look too bad in sequence like that. All right, we'll throw that back onto our front view here, and I will get the next one set up here as soon as I get into it. And we'll see if that screen capture is going to be a little bit better. That one might work out a little bit better for some reason, but give me a sec. We'll load that up, and then we'll let that one play through a couple times, and we should be in a little better shape with this one. So even though it has water droplets on the screen, not a biggie, but it's looking good. And thank you, Thomas. That actually shows some decent flow. So here, I'll push that one live, and we'll get it going as soon as it gets on there. So there we go, and we'll let it sequence through, and you'll be able to see where the flow is coming, and should be interesting as the weather clears here in these shots. You'll see a little bit better, and that is down in the valley. Oh, you see a little car booting along there. Okay, so we really don't see too much flow advancement there, but I didn't put any pinpoints on the screen to see how much it moved forward. Over on the right-hand side, we do see some flow amongst the things over here. So it's interesting, and this looks like it's moved forward a bit here during the sequence where my mouse is. So looks pretty cool, and awesome. Thanks, Thomas, for sending me those links. And we'll see what they have. Now they put out daily stuff like that, Thomas. Is that correct? Just curious. And we'll throw it back on the front Volcano screen here so we can see it from there. So, oh, that's not the front one. This is. There we go. And we'll push that live. And we'll stop this guy. Okay. A bit of digging. Okay. Well, it's always nice to have that kind of info. So what I can do with that link is I'll look back. I'll look tomorrow to see if we can bring some of that up. Still images are available every day. Okay, thanks, Rob. That view looks like the city after the Romans finished scorching earth warfare on it. In other words, raising the city. I never could figure out why they call it raising when they're burning it to the ground. It's more like killing it, but it's the way it works. Anyway, guys, I'm going to take another little breather here, and I'm going to leave the front view on for right now. It looks pretty good with our skiers there. Well, I don't see any skis, but maybe they're gonna do a new lava skiing or something. That would be really awesome in a hot time, I guess. Okay, I'll be back in a few minutes, guys. Gonna take a little break. I am DrFox2000, your host. If you haven't already, hit that like button. By all means, do so, and subscribe if you like the content and you want to see some more of it. And I will be back in about 5 or 6 minutes, so don't go away. Thanks, guys. Okay, I have to get back on here watching. We got more clowns in front of the camera. Good Icelandic people wanting to show off their stuff. As long as we actually, hey, I wonder if that's going to be in the official reports that that mooning from earlier. We did see a new crack, a fissure opening up there. I don't know if we have to report that to the Icelandic authorities. Anyway, bad humor, bad humor. Lots of fun. Anyway, guys, I'm back on the microphone. I'm DrFox2000, your host, and we're doing day 37 of the Icelandic volcano eruption. We've been following it all the way along from right from the get-go, right from the first day, and it's amazing to see the amount of growth. Yes, we must report the new fissure. So instead of 6 active fissures, no, hang on, I don't want to know if that other one was going to be active or not. I don't need to have that visual. This guy is bad enough. Let's just leave it alone. Oh, too much fun. But they do eventually get tired and leave and move on, so we're all good. Okay, hidden by Marino. I don't know what you said. I'm gonna see what that actually. Okay, yeah, we don't need to. Marino, they can't hear you, so no sense in being rude in our chat. Just give it time. They move along. Okay. I'm not trying to be rude that way, but we get all kinds of people doing that, and we have to kind of sort of grin and bear it. No pun intended there. New fissure, cracks. Never mind. Okay. All right. Let me put it on one of the other views, then we won't see too much. Did want to see in the backside here from our long distance view, we can see a little bit more activity starting to flow out down on the bottom right hand side there. So that's coming off in front of Hell, and she's doing an interesting job there. See, I call it a she. She is doing interesting jobs. All right. So anyway, that should be right around there. So it gives you an idea of where that's at. And let's see if we can throw it back onto one of our other ones. No, that's not the one I wanted. I wanted this guy here. Our backside scene, and let's get it on the screen, and we can see a little bit more of the silhouetting, if you will, but it is a nice view, and watching it spurt out of there. Now RLC did mention that there is some more activity coming from Bob in the as seen on the one screen there, and I did want to kind of mention that I thought I seen a few splatters of lava popping out of the top of Bob as well. So Bob is still active, even though he's doing a lot of smoldering. But Bob Jr. Looks like Bob Jr. may have gone a little bit on the quiet side, and is flowing underneath. So just because we don't see the flow doesn't mean it's not flowing. Anyway, I just thought that was a nice back view. Yeah, it is. It does give you a very good sense of, you're really close to the action, and you can see actually like right into it and what it is. So the other views will start improving a little bit as well as it gets darker. And then you can see a little bit more of the flow patterns. And yeah, I'm going to leave it on that one for right now. Oh, both bobs are actively splattering right now. Okay. We'll have to maybe pop back to that one and have a look and see all in the one screen here. If I have it a little bigger, I can probably tell a little bit more. And yeah, we do see a little bit of light right in here, and on occasion you can see some splatters coming off the top. So get my scribble out of the way, then you can actually see. So yeah, we're gonna continue to see things happening, and like I said before, it's just because we don't actually see it on top anymore doesn't mean that it's stopped flowing. So it's built up a certain amount of volcanic lava crust that is cooled, and the flow underneath could still be moving along just as it did before. It's just we are unable to see it. And we do see the back area behind, and I just want to point out that little river coming from Sif and Nar, and that's flowing into the back area. So you can see that lava lake back there forming very well, and that's going to be interesting to see what happens with that if it continues to push into the that newer scene in sorry, I was going to go to a different shot here, but oh, well, I guess I have to split the screen before I can do that. But Bob definitely being active is a good thing, and I'd like to see a little bit more flowing out of there. How many fissures going? Okay. As far as right now, we basically have 6 out of the 8 that were originally there. So out of those, unfortunately, let's see if we can bring up this other one. This picture will depict a little bit better for you what we do have in the lines of the fissures right now. So that Kananaskis country, how many fissures? We have 6 that are active, and 2 that have gone dormant. So that's what we see, but the fact that they've gone dormant doesn't mean that they're going to stay dormant, okay? It's just for right now they have. Typically, once they cool off and they kind of create a cap over top of things, you're not always going to get things flowing out well, reflowing in the same direction. It may not want to at all because of the capping. As it has cooled and the flow gets redirected, or it builds up enough pressure and pops it, so one way or the other. Anyway, this kind of depicts what we're looking at, and it helps you out. So fissure 1 is what we're referring to as Bob. 5 and 5 and I guess, well, they got 5 and 5 there, so that's 2 vents there. Rag and Nar, and then number 3 is Sif, and number 5 is Hell, and number 6 and 2, or sorry, 4 and 2 were Ulf and Flow, and those have gone by the wayside. So fissure 1 has got 2 of them, fissure 5 has got 2 of them, and then 3 has 1 of them, and 5N, as they call it, has 1 of them. So six vents open right now, and that's what we're looking at. So let's throw you back to the front here and get that live again, and we can watch some action from there. And Fresno, how's the... just reading some of the things. And for those people who have come into the channel and watching, I do say welcome to you, and I'm glad you guys could join us. I am DrFox2000, your host, amateur geologist, as well as a prospector, and enjoy digging for gold and things like that, but love volcanoes and watching the flow of lava and things like that. To me, it's very intriguing and interesting, and brain stimulating. And of course, watching the Earth renew itself is always a pleasure, even though we are only here for very short terms, in the sense of anything. Oh, I see somebody's flying a drone over top of the volcano there. Pretty cool. Plane or drone or something. Anyway, they zipped over. Pretty awesome looking. And yeah, we're seeing more and more activity as the light diminishes, and we're seeing some more outflow over on the left-hand side of that screen, and that's kind of interesting. Not sure if that's probably outflow from SIF, probably heading this way, or it could be a combination of SIF and HEL together, pushing it over there. So we may see some more flow coming around here to fill up this little empty area. So that's something we can look at in the next day or two, and see if it does fill that area up. And of course, love seeing everything else on the other side here. So again, for those who are not familiar, that's Bob, and the second vent in Bob, which was down here, was Junior, as we call it. This is Rag, and this is Nar. Okay, and then you got Sif and Hell back in the back corner. And I see some more drones flying around. Very cool. And very interesting to see how the levels are building up in here. So I'm going to be curious if it keeps the flow going out the back end here to the east. It would be really interesting, or if we're going to get some more flow to the south. That could still flow this way, depending on what we get for blockage on the other side. Okay, a beautiful image just came from Frontline. Okay, so we'll go have to check that and see what we can do, if we can get it on the screen real quick. Let me just split that in the meantime so I don't make boo-boos. And I will have a quick look here. And give me a sec, guys. I'll be right back. Okay, guys and gals and everyone else, I am back. I am DrFox2000, your host, and thank you for joining us on our day 37 of the Icelandic volcano eruption. As you see on the screen, we do have some vents doing their things. Over on the, we'll go from left to right, left-hand side, we have Hel, the goddess of a Viking goddess, I guess. She's doing her thing, creating some flow on the backside there, and possibly coming around back into the valley out in the front. The one that's really brightly lit, of course, from this angle is Sif, and that's on the left-hand quadrant, and you can see some of the off-flow lines coming down into the valley in front of it. The next two that we're basically seeing the backsides of are Nar and Sif, respectively, in that order, from left to right. And then we have a little bit of a space, and you can barely see the lava flow into the valley floor area behind it, where it's creating quite a pool of a lava lake, if you will. And also on the smoker on the right-hand side there, that's Bob, big bad old Bob, and his friend Bob Jr. Down on the just the left side of them. We're not seeing too much right now, but they are still active, they are still flowing, so definitely happening there. Anyway, I wanted to throw into the throw these other images in that RLC Rob sent. Thank you very much, Rob, for these ones. These are good. Yeah, they need a new camera over on the other side. We want to watch that lava flow, the fall when it goes over. I don't care what anyone says. This has got to be the most perfect time of day to view the volcano, even light for context, but not too much, so lava illuminated. Yeah, absolutely, man. This is about the right time of day where you can start to see things really pop, and I'm very happy that this particular scene is on here, and I may even use this. I usually try to get a really decent thumbnail shot, and I think I may go back through my stream here and actually view where this girl was just in front of it, so I can see the the plumes. Anyway, see it flowing out. Anyhow, off to the new stuff that we just got. So. Here is the new flow pattern or flow that we've gotten from the volcano. So this is, I guess, as updated as we can get it. And I will set this back into single mode here so I can see if I can draw with my crayons on here. So anyway, as we were talking about this, whoa, I guess it didn't lock into place, darn thing. Okay, we'll lock that into place and get the whiteboard working. Okay, let's see if it'll work now. Yep. Okay, so this area down here is what we're going to be seeing, and it's going to be flowing down into this crevasse here. So this is what we're looking for. This flow here is actually fairly new in that area, so that's kind of what we anticipated anyway. And it depends on what happens in if I clear that off real quick, in that middle area in here, as far as blockages and dams and so on. So if we get some blockage here, we may get more flow this way, or if we get a blockage here, we'll get it flowing more so into the other valley to the northeast. Anyway, don't want to spend too much time on that one. Let's see if I can go to my next photo, if I bring that up. And here's a nice aerial shot that that is fresh off the wire, if you will. And that kind of gives you an overview, and in there you can see what's going on. And if I'm not mistaken, over here, oh no, this is Bob over here, Bob, and we're seeing a little bit out front here, but I think this is that's Rag and Nar and Sif and Hell. Okay, so, and here's a good example of what I was saying about where Hell is putting out its flow. So it's going around here and it's heading off in that direction back into the valley. Now this also previously took a turn and went the other way, and we had some flow coming back around, and eventually if it builds up enough again in here, it may force the flow somewhere off and head it back into our valley in the northeast. So this looks pretty cool. I'll just get my scribble off of that. You guys can see that pretty good. Welcome Beer and Sherry. Let's see, John Chum Adventures, welcome. Not sure who else. Fortis, I think I said welcome earlier. Rem Girl, welcome. Let's see who else is in here that I might have missed. Anyway, if I've missed you, I do say welcome to you, and thank you for joining in the stream. We're always looking to get more stuff on here, so happening, some of the good stuff happening. Here's another one of these interesting shots, and I kind of maxi sphere or share, maxi share. That is an interesting looking picture, and I didn't distort it or stretch it or anything like that. So Rob had sent that to me here, so I don't know if you have any words of wisdom on it, Rob, if you want to throw anything in there, but I'll leave it on there for a second. Yeah, volcano maxing is pretty good word for that. It looks pretty awesome as far as I'm concerned, so definitely very, very cool. And here's another flow picture, and this is the flow, I guess, coming into that valley where it comes through. I'm not sure where the drop-offs are here, but from the looks of it, yeah, this could be the front side. What we were referring to, if we go back to the flow map, this guy here, this looks more like what we're standing down here somewhere with the camera and seeing it. Actually, we might be here, seeing it come out from there. So that's what I'm thinking it is. I might be wrong, but it looks pretty close to that. So if I turn that one back off, then we can see a little better. That's Bob to the right. Okay. So, all right, back in here, Bob. All right. B for Bob. All right, that looks pretty cool. So, yeah, neat stuff, man. Really, really neat stuff. Okay, we'll throw that back to our Volcano, since it's looking pretty cool right now, or hot, however you want to look at it. I really do enjoy this view. You know, it's showing all the fire and glory. And anyway, I did say I was only going to stream for 4 hours today. We're on 4 hours and 10 minutes. Mind you, I did start a few minutes early, so I have to be fair here, and I'm going to run another 10 minutes or so, and hopefully we can get things looking great night for watching for sure. It's awesome. My problem is I'd love to stay here for another 4 hours, but I have many other things that are on my list of things to do for today. I did my dishes, I did my vacuuming, some of the household chores got done, but I still have a whole pile of them to go after and do. Anyway, in this shot, I just wanted to point out the area that you see behind Bob. You know, it's basically created a nice lava lake back there, and I think that's a lot of that flow is coming from Rag and Nar, of course, but we also have the flow still coming in through here from Bob. And I'm not sure where the actual flow from Bob's cone is going, whether that is still flowing in a direction back there, because I know we had some lines that we could see flowing that way. So very cool. And Ela, welcome back, and thank you. Thomas Arneson, welcome. Very good to have you here. Craters, there are 8 vents in total. Out of the 8, 6 are active. Okay. Closing time, they're kicking me out of the pub. So I'm going to call it a night too. Good timing then, Rob. Very good. And thank you for the extra updates and the new photos and maps and so on. Really appreciate it. All your help, Rob, is appreciated. And that goes for Thomas P as well. Thanks for sending that stuff. And anyone else who does send the info in. You guys do a great job, and can't do it without you with all that beautiful new information. And hopefully we'll get even more as time goes on. And this whole stream, of course, I've always wanted to keep it as an interactive thing with the audience, so we actually can work things out. I don't know all the time if I'm looking at the right thing, the wrong thing. Don't claim to be an expert, you know, but I do love this stuff. So being an amateur geologist certainly does help when you're getting into some of these things. So nevertheless, it's awesome to be on here, awesome to see this stuff. And I am just actually going to do something here just for a second, and I want to just work on oh, hang on, what's going on here? How come we're scribbling? Get my whiteboard off of there. Okay. I don't know why it was scribbling, but going to try to just pull that a little bit bigger and move it up about there. And as soon as these people get out of the way, I'm going to do a screenshot. Oh, come on, people, get out of my way. I want to do a screenshot. Good night, Volcano team. Yeah, they're also saying good night. Hopefully they will get off the. Oh, I wonder if anybody ever told them they make better doors than windows. Okay, they're being foolish now. I'll run through the other views here just for a second while we wait for our kids to move away. And this is our long view, or whatever you want to call it, and it looks pretty good. Nice color in here, and this is much better viewing than what we had yesterday or the day before. So this is all cool, and we'll get back to looking at the action at Rag and Nar on the backside, really starting to glow. And of course, with the ambient light going down, it is so much easier to see, and it looks very, very cool. So it's all good, guys. And anyway, I'm still waiting for those others to get out of my screenshot. It will happen eventually. Yeah, they're still standing there. Too bad it didn't have an interactive microphone on the on that camera. We could tell them to, hey, move, get out of the way. But that one doesn't. So come on, step forward 3 paces, just enough to get out of the screen, please. Oh no, they're going back in front of the camera. Okay. Look, guys, it's all a bunch of cute girls. There you go. If they're all on the... You'll find them on the Iceland dating sites. They're trying to be famous. 9. Okay. Well, I may have to do this afterwards. We'll see what happens. Anyway, guys, with those cute smiles on the screen, I'm going to say a very good night to everyone. And thank you for coming all. And we'll... oh, they're panning the other camera around. We'll have to watch that before I go. Very cool. So... we didn't want to see those cute girls anyway. So there you can see up in the northeast some of that flow that's gotten out there. And Steve, thanks. You're welcome, Arizona Snowman. Thank you for being in here and doing your thing for us tonight. Excellent job. Very special thanks to RLC Rob for doing a yeoman job and getting us all those new shots there in the maps. Really appreciate it, Rob. And should all be good. Sticking caps, LOL. Yeah, careful. Yeah, Frank's handyman. The cap monster is on duty, so be very careful with that. Okay, so there we go. I got it without smiley people in front, and I'm gonna do my screenshot, and then we will put the other thing on the thing here saying thank you for viewing. And let's see if that'll actually come up. There we go. Copy, remove, paste. And we'll move that one down a bit. And whoa, I didn't want to draw. Clear that whiteboard. Thank you everyone for coming. And I am going to call it a day. And I will be running again at 5 p.m. tomorrow night. And again, that is pending work because I am on call. And hopefully you guys will be able to pop in and see the new activity. and we'll see everyone tomorrow night. So stay tuned, stay happy, stay safe, keep smiling, tell your loved ones you love them, because tomorrow is never promised. Good night, everyone.